The world came back into focus not with a bang, but with the gentle pressure of a hand on mine. I blinked, the hazy warmth of a forgotten afternoon solidifying into the familiar wooden porch of my home. Mrs. Agatha from next door was looking at me, her kind eyes filled with a pity I would only understand a moment later. "In just a few days you'll be leaving with the army, Alara," she said, her voice soothing. "Your tough days are finally behind you. Once you're settled, don't forget to come back and visit me, okay? Don't forget about me." My blood ran cold. Leaving with the army? I didn't respond. I couldn't. My husband, Cale, had returned home just a week ago, claiming a full month of family leave. He'd been affectionate, distant, but always with a shadow in his eyes I'd foolishly attributed to fatigue. Now I understood. The reassignment had come down and he had kept it from me completely. If Agatha hadn't let it slip, I would have been the last to know, blissfully ignorant until the day he walked out the door. A flood of memories, sharp and brutal, assaulted me, a life I had already lived. In that other time, that other life, I had confronted him immediately after this very conversation. Cornered and with no other option, he had admitted the truth. "Lilith and her son are having a really hard time," he had said, his voice flat. "She needs a stable job to raise her child. I plan to take them with me first, then come back for you." I remembered the fury, the sheer, gut-wrenching betrayal. "Why? I'm your wife. Why would you take Lilith and her kid first? What does that make me? And how do you plan to explain your relationship with her to everyone else?" He had been speechless, trapped by his own lies. Then, embarrassed and angry, he had snapped. "This is just helping someone in need. Isn't that a good thing? As a military wife, shouldn't you support my decisions?" But why should I? I had screamed back then, a desperate, wounded animal. The memory of that pain was a fresh brand. I had married Cale when he had absolutely nothing. Just 2 crumbling straw huts, a sick mother named Morwenna, a woman known throughout the village for her vicious tongue and lazy disposition, and a house so empty it echoed. No one wanted him. They all looked down on his poverty and the burden of his mother. But I had seen something else, or so I thought. I had toiled for him. While he was away in the army, never sending a single penny home, I worked the fields under a relentless sun, earning work credits to keep food on the table and a roof over Morwenna's head. I had built this life from the dirt, sweat, and blood of my own youth. Gradually things had improved. He got promoted and suddenly he had more people to care for. Out of nowhere, he had brought home Lilith and her son, claiming she was a distant cousin, a widow with no one else in the world. I had been so naive. I thought he was just kind. But after his promotion he still never sent money home for me. Meanwhile, Lilith and her son dressed in fine clothes, ate well and lived comfortably. The village whispers started, that Cale was giving his entire salary to her and her boy. And I, the fool, had refused to see it until it was too late. In that past life, when he said he was taking them on the reassignment, I had refused. We'd argued terribly. He'd stormed off. And then the perfect excuse presented itself. His mother, Morwenna, suddenly and mysteriously injured her leg, becoming bedridden. Cale had come to me, sincere and pleading. "Alara, Mom's hurt her leg and needs someone by her side. Please just stay home and take care of her for now. Once her leg gets better, I'll come back for you." Trapped by duty and a lingering shred of hope, I had agreed. I stayed behind to care for the woman who despised me while Cale left with Lilith and her son, their bags full of the life I should have had. I pulled myself from the memory, my heart hammering against my ribs. I was back. Thank whatever gods existed, I had come back. This was my chance. I pushed open the creaky courtyard gate, the sound slicing through the peaceful afternoon. And there they were. The scene that had haunted my first life, now playing out before me again. Cale was lifting Lilith's son Leo into the air. The boy laughed, a sound of pure joy as Cale's strong arms tossed him up and caught him again. Lilith stood to the side, watching them with a gentle, proprietary smile. When she noticed a bead of sweat on Cale's temple, she stepped forward, a handkerchief in her hand, and dabbed it away. Their eyes met. Full of affection. Intimate. A shared secret. In 6 years of marriage, Cale had never looked at me like that. His expressions towards me were always cold, distant. I didn't even know he was capable of such a tender smile. The gate's creak made them turn. Lilith didn't even pause in her ministrations, wiping his forehead as if I were a ghost, an irrelevant spectator to their domestic bliss. Cale stopped tossing the boy. Little Leo glanced at me, sensing the shift in the air, and whined, "Daddy, toss me again. I still want to play." Daddy. In my last life, Kale's excuse had been that the boy, having lost his real father, didn't understand the word and just used it randomly. How stupid I had been to believe that. I let out a cold, sharp laugh. The sound panicked Kale. He quickly put the child down. "Alara, he doesn't understand what daddy means. He's just saying it for fun. Don't take it seriously." I ignored him completely, my gaze fixed on Lilith, who still held the handkerchief. "The kid doesn't know any better," I said, my voice icy. "But what about his mother? She doesn't know any better either." Lilith flinched, her eyes instantly welling with tears. She looked at Kale, a picture of pitiful innocence. "Alara, you're upset. I'm sorry. This is all my fault," she whispered. I scoffed. "What are you apologizing for? You didn't do anything wrong, right? And besides, what kind of adult takes a child's words seriously, especially someone else's child?" Kale, as always, moved to defend her. "Alara, please." I cut him off, glaring. "If someone else's kid started calling me mom, would you think that's perfectly normal too?" He was stunned into silence, his mouth opening and closing like a fish out of water. Just then Morwenna burst out from the house, her face a thundercloud. "Weren't you going to buy meat? Why'd you come back empty-handed?" In my previous life, when Kale came back, I had spent our last savings on meat, cooking him lavish meals, desperate for a crumb of his affection. I had been hopelessly foolish. I looked at her, my expression bland. Didn't have money to buy any. There were 5 people in this house, but I was the only one with a gaunt face and the telltale signs of malnutrition. They had been eating well while I starved. I looked at Kale, at Lilith, at the glowering Morwenna. The seeds of their destruction were in my hands now, and I was ready to plant them. The tension in the courtyard was a physical thing, thick and suffocating. Morwenna scowled at my response about the meat, her beady eyes narrowing. "No money? What nonsense. Kale just got paid." I didn't grace that with a response. My gaze was still locked on Kale, who was shifting uncomfortably under the weight of my cold stare. The man who had once been my entire world now felt like a stranger. An enemy wearing a familiar face. "The money seems to find its way to other stomachs," I said quietly, my eyes flicking towards Lilith and her well-fed son. The implication hung in the air, clear and damning. Kale flushed. "Alara, that's not fair. Lilith and Leo have nothing. They have your salary, Kale. They have your protection. They have your affection." I took a step forward, my voice dropping to a whisper only he could hear. "What exactly is left for your wife?" He had no answer. He never did. In my first life, this was the point where I would have broken down in tears, begging for his love. Now I just felt a chilling emptiness. The love I had carried for him had died in a past life, crushed under the wheels of that car. All that remained was a cold, clear purpose: revenge. I turned and walked into the house, leaving them standing there. I had a part to play, the dutiful, slightly suspicious wife, but not yet the vengeful harpy. I needed them off balance, unsure of my next move. Later that evening, Kale found me in the kitchen, scrubbing a pot with a ferocity that had nothing to do with cleanliness. "Alara," he began, his voice soft, the one he used when he wanted something. "We need to talk about the reassignment." I didn't look up. "Do we? It seems you and Mrs. Agatha have already discussed the important parts." He sighed, a sound of profound exasperation. "I was going to tell you. I just didn't know how. A simple 'we're moving' would have sufficed." I finally looked at him. "When do we leave?" He had the decency to look ashamed. "In 4 days. But there's a complication." "Oh." I raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance. "Is your mother's leg acting up again?" He looked startled. "No. Why would you say that?" "No reason." I went back to scrubbing. "What's the complication?" He took a deep breath, launching into the rehearsed lie. "Lilith, she has no one. And with a child, it's hard for her to find stable work at the new base. I thought it would be best if she and Leo came with us. We can help get them settled." The audacity of it even now took my breath away. In this life he wasn't even planning to leave me behind first. He was going to make me travel with them, a silent witness to their mockery of a family. "So, the 4 of us will go together?" I asked, my voice dangerously calm. "Well, accommodations are tight initially. It might be easier if you stayed behind for a little while. Just until I can secure a proper place for all of us. There was the same song second verse. Stay behind. I put the pot down with a clatter. And do what, Kale? Tend the fields you never cared about. Look after the mother who despises me. She's your mother-in-law. It's your duty to care for her. His voice rose, the mask of contrition slipping. Pie duty. I laughed, a hollow, bitter sound. My duty was to a husband who provided for and protected me. You've done neither. You let another woman and her child live in my home, eat my food and command your loyalty. Where is your duty to me? He was speechless, his face turning red with a mixture of shame and anger. This was not the script he knew. The obedient, loving Alara was gone. This is just helping someone in need, he finally exploded, repeating the line from my past life. Isn't that a good thing? As a military wife, shouldn't you be supportive? I took a step closer, my eyes blazing. I have been supportive, Kale. I supported you when you had nothing. I supported your mother when she was a burden everyone else rejected. I built a life from dust for you. And my reward is to be cast aside for another woman? Don't you dare lecture me about support. I saw the shock in his eyes. I had never spoken to him like this. I had always been meek, accepting. This new version of me was a terrifying unknown. He left the kitchen, defeated for now. But I knew this wasn't over. The reassignment was happening and his plan to install Lilith in my place was still in motion. I had to act faster. The next day I told Kale I was going to the village market to see if I could barter for some meat. He nodded absently, relieved I was acting normal again. But I didn't go to the market. I went to the post office. With a steady hand I wrote 2 letters. The first was to Kale's commanding officer. I detailed the situation clearly. I was Corporal Kale Vance's legal wife of 6 years, yet he was attempting to bring another woman, Lilith, and her son with him on his reassignment, introducing her to neighbors as his wife and providing for her with funds that should have been for his household. I stated that their relationship appeared inappropriate and was causing severe hardship for me, his lawful spouse. I enclosed a copy of our marriage certificate, which I had secretly taken from his trunk weeks ago, foreseeing this need. The second letter was to the village chief. I politely asked him to confirm in writing the date and validity of my marriage to Kale, and to attest to my upstanding character and hard work in the community. I needed an official document to back my claims. I mailed both letters, a sense of grim satisfaction settling in my chest. The first move was mine. When I returned home empty-handed as promised, the atmosphere was different. Morwenna was sitting in her chair, a peculiar expression on her face. "You've been gone a long time," she accused. The lines were long, I lied smoothly. Kale was nowhere to be seen and neither were Lilith or the boy. A prickle of unease went down my spine. "He's in the back," Morwenna said as if reading my mind. "With her." The boy wasn't feeling well. I walked through the house to the small back garden. They weren't there. I heard a soft murmur from the storage shed. Creeping closer, I peered through a crack in the wooden slats. Kale and Lilith were inside. He had his arms around her and she was sobbing quietly into his chest. "Shoo, it's all right," he was murmuring, his voice tender. "Everything will be all right. I'll take care of you. I promise." "But she knows Kale," Lilith whimpered. "She hates me. What if she causes trouble?" "She's just upset. He'll come around. And if she doesn't," he trailed off, his hand stroking her hair. "I'll handle it. Once we're at the new base, things will be different. We'll be a proper family." A proper family. The words were a dagger to the heart of the woman I used to be. I felt no pain, only a cold, hardening resolve. "You have no idea what kind of trouble I can cause," I thought, stepping away from the shed silently. "You've only seen the ghost of the woman I was. Soon you'll meet the woman I've become." The game was afoot. And I held all the cards they didn't know were in play. The days following my trip to the post office were a study in forced normalcy. I played my part, the slightly hurt but ultimately dutiful wife. I cooked, I cleaned, I avoided being alone with Kale. I let him believe his lies were still holding, that my outburst was a temporary storm he could wait out. All the while I watched Morwenna. She was the key to his original plan, the linchpin that would keep me trapped here while he built a new life with Lilith. In my first life her accident had been too convenient, too perfectly timed. A fall in the courtyard, A broken leg that left her miraculously bedridden just as Kale needed an excuse to leave me behind. I was certain it had been a ruse then, and I was watching for the signs now. I didn't have to wait long. 2 days before their scheduled departure, Morwenna began her performance. She started limping dramatically, sighing heavily whenever she moved, complaining of a dull ache in her right leg. Kale fussed over her, his concern genuine. He was a fool, but he loved his mother. "Must be the damp weather," she'd moan, shooting me a look that was pure venom. "My old bones can't take it. A fall could finish me off." I just nodded, saying nothing. Let her play her game. I had one of my own. The morning of the accident, I was ready. I had broken several old glass jars 2 days prior, carefully sweeping the shards into a pile against the back wall of the courtyard, near the washing line. I'd left them there, a glittering, dangerous secret. As predicted, Morwenna, seeing me hanging laundry, decided to stage her dramatic fall. She hobbled into the courtyard, clutching her lower back. She took a few steps, glanced at me to ensure I was watching, and then let out a theatrical cry as she tumbled backwards, aiming for a soft-looking patch of dirt. She landed squarely on the pile of glass. The cry that tore from her throat this time was not theatrical. It was a shriek of genuine, searing agony. I dropped the shirt I was holding and ran over, my face a mask of feigned alarm. "Mother! What happened?" "Glass. There's glass," she screamed, writhing. The back of her dress was already blooming with crimson. "Oh heavens! I'm so sorry. I broke those jars days ago and meant to clean them up. How could I be so careless?" I cried, pouring on the remorse. "Don't move. I'll get help." The commotion brought Kale and Lilith running. Their faces paled when they saw Morwenna, truly incapacitated and bleeding profusely. This was not part of their plan. We managed to get her onto a cart. Kale was frantic. "We have to get her to the hospital in town." "I'll take her," I said, my voice firm. "You need to finish packing for your trip. I can handle this." He hesitated, torn between filial duty and his desire to escape with Lilith. "Are you sure?" "Of course. She's my responsibility," I said, layering my voice with a dutiful sincerity that fooled him completely. "I'll take care of everything." As I loaded the moaning Morwenna onto the cart, I slipped a small cloth pouch from my pocket and tucked it deep under the thin mattress of the pallet she lay on. It was filled with a potent, locally sourced sedative herb, the same one I discovered she used in my first life to fake her deep, unwakeable sleeps. The journey to the town hospital was bumpy. With every jolt, Morwenna screamed. I made a show of panicking, of driving the cart erratically. Then just outside town I slipped, while navigating a steep rocky ditch. The cart tipped. Morwenna, sedated enough by the herbs to be sluggish, tumbled out and down the embankment, landing with a sickening crunch on a cluster of large rocks. Her screams reached a new, piercing octave. At the hospital the doctors were grim. The initial lacerations were severe, but the fall compounded the damage. Both legs are shattered beyond repair. There's massive tissue damage and infection is setting in from the glass. To save her life we have no choice. Amputation is necessary. When Morwenna woke from the surgery, disoriented and in a haze of pain, she looked down at the flat sheets where her legs should have been. Her confusion turned to dawning horror, then to pure, unadulterated terror. My legs," she stammered. I let out a long, sorrowful sigh, sitting by her bedside. "Well, that's a bit of a story. You were in bed that day, couldn't move and said you were starving. So I made you egg noodles with 2 fried eggs. After you ate, you passed out. I panicked and loaded you onto a cart to take you to the hospital. On the way I slipped and the cart fell into a ditch. You tumbled down and hit some rocks. The doctor said there was no choice. Amputation was necessary to save your life. So that's how your legs disappeared." She stared at me, her mind trying to catch up with the nightmare. You. I blinked innocently. "You want to ask why I'm completely fine? Honestly, I've been wondering the same thing. Maybe I'd done too many good deeds in my life. Maybe heaven finally decided to bless me." I watched her expression, a grotesque canvas of pain, fear, and dawning realization. Then I leaned in closer, my voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "Mom, how have you been so unlucky lately? First you broke your leg in the courtyard. Then your backside got filled with glass shards." I paused, letting the words sink in. I overheard a few of the other patients' families whispering. They said, when something like this happens, it's usually divine punishment for bad behavior. Morwenna's face turned purple with rage. Oh, come on, I said with a gentle smile. You being angry is totally understandable. I don't believe in retribution either. I think it's all just coincidence, you know? I drew the words out, savoring them. It really was a coincidence that your backside ended up full of glass. The truth is, I broke a few glass jars that day and swept the shards to that spot by the wall. I hadn't cleaned it up yet. I never imagined you'd be so unlucky as to fall right there and land square on the pile of glass. I paused, watching her hand tremble as she pointed a shaking finger at me. Unbelievable, right? She tried to speak, to curse me, but only a choked gurgle emerged before her eyes rolled back in her head and she passed out cold. The sedative, the pain, and the sheer fury were too much. I sat back in my chair, the picture of a concerned daughter-in-law. The first act of my revenge was complete. Morwenna would never walk again. And her bedridden state was now terrifyingly, permanently real. Cale arrived at the hospital 2 days later, dusty and exhausted from his rushed journey. When he saw his mother legless and shrunken in the white hospital bed, he froze in the doorway. The color drained from his face. What happened? He whispered, his voice hoarse. How could this happen? The moment Morwenna saw him, she began to wail. Son, it was her. It was that vicious woman, Alara. She did this to me. She made me lose my legs. Cale's face twisted in confusion. He turned to me. Mom, what are you saying? Why would Alara ever do something like that to you? I raised my voice, layering it with a wounded, righteous tone. Everyone in the village knows how I've treated you these past 6 years. They've all seen what kind of life I've lived and how much I've sacrificed for this family. You broke your leg on your own. You can't just turn around and accuse me of something I didn't do. I saw the doubt creep into Cale's eyes. He knew my reputation. He knew his mother's. She admitted it. Gloria screamed, her voice ragged. She said she left the glass there on purpose to make me fall. Cale's face darkened. He looked at me. Is that true? I met his gaze squarely, a cold calm settling over me. Yes, I said, nodding calmly. The room went silent. Morwenna was stunned by my directness. She jabbed a trembling finger at me. You evil woman. You used broken glass to trap me. You caused me to lose my legs. You tried to kill me. Cale, call the police. Have her arrested. I want her to rot in prison. Mom, calm down, Cale said, his mind reeling. I'll handle the police. But first. He looked at me, a strange mix of anger and confusion. Why? I didn't answer him directly. Instead, I pulled the small cloth pouch from my pocket and placed it on the bed in front of Morwenna. Mom, I found this under your pillow. Do you know what it is? Her face turned as white as the hospital sheets. No, I don't know. Well, I asked the doctor about it, I said conversationally. He said it looks like some kind of sedative. If you inhale it, you'll pass out and stay unconscious for hours, sometimes even days. Hey, Mom. Why would you hide something like that under your pillow? She didn't answer. Cale's face grew darker, the pieces starting to click into a horrifying picture. I pressed on. If it weren't for this stuff, you wouldn't have passed out. I wouldn't have panicked and rushed you to the hospital. We wouldn't have fallen into that ditch. You wouldn't have broken both your legs and needed amputation. I sighed heavily, a performance of tragic irony. So really this pouch, it's the reason you're like this now. I picked up the pouch again. And it's not just you who got hurt. A few of our neighbors fainted after sniffing what was inside. They said it felt cursed, that you were trying to do something evil. They were even planning to report it to the police and ask for an investigation. I looked at Cale, then back at Morwenna. Now that he's here and the item's right here, should we call the police or not? Say the word and I'll run to the station myself. Neither of them said a word. Morwenna didn't dare. Cale was realizing that his mother had been planning to fake a serious illness, and that plan had catastrophically backfired. He didn't truly believe I had orchestrated it all. In his mind, I was still the woman who loved him too much to be capable of such calculated cruelty. He saw it as a tragic series of events sparked by his mother's deceit. He only stayed at the hospital a few days before the grueling reality of her care wore him down. Cleaning her, feeding her, dealing with the waste. It was demeaning, exhausting work. His filial devotion was paper-thin. He needed a servant, and his eyes naturally turned to me. He found me at home, finally starting to pack my own meager belongings. Elara, he began, his voice strained. I'll be heading back to the base in a few days. I raised an eyebrow. Oh, so what about your mom? You're just going to leave her like this? He looked pained. There's really nothing else I can do. I know it's asking a lot, but I was hoping you could stay behind and take care of her. He said it with the old expectation, waiting for my meek agreement. I kept my head down, silently folding my 3 patched-up dresses. Then I grabbed the rest of my clothes, rags too ruined to wear, and tossed them into a pile on the floor. Why are you packing those? He asked, confused. I'm not, I said. I have money now. I can buy new clothes. I don't want them anymore. I kicked the pile of rags towards him. They landed at his feet. He flinched, startled. He thought I was throwing a tantrum. He rushed to smooth things over. Once I'm back at the base, I'll send my entire salary to you. I'll only keep a little for myself, and later when Mom's health improves, you can come with me. Lara, I'll be grateful. I'll love you for the rest of my life. He said it so sincerely. I looked up at him, a sweet, poisonous smile on my lips. Really? You swear? I swear, he said, desperate. If I'm lying to you, may I die a horrible death. He reached for my hand. I stepped back. Well then, I said, my smile never wavering. I'll wait and see you die a horrible death. He froze, utterly stunned. What? What did you say? Didn't you just swear? I asked sweetly. If you're lying to me, you said it yourself. I tilted my head. Kale, do you really not know what kind of relationship you have with Lilith? We're innocent, he said quickly, the lie automatic. I was just helping her. Is that so? Then tell me, my voice dropped to a whisper, who's the father of the baby in Lilith's belly? Kale went completely silent, his face a mask of shock and denial. Just then the door burst open. Lilith stood there, dragging a crying Leo by the hand. She looked frantic, her face streaked with tears. Kale, the base got a report about us. They're sending me and Leo back. We've been kicked out. Kale stared at her in shock. What report? I don't know, she sobbed. Just some complaint. They said we can't stay anymore. They said you were going to be punished soon too. Upon hearing that, I burst out laughing. I couldn't help it. The sound was genuine, full of delight. Kale turned to me, his eyes wide with dawning horror. You sent the report. I knew about you and Lilith sneaking around, I said, my laughter subsiding into a cold smirk. So I wrote to your commanding officer. I even got a signed letter from the village chief confirming that you and I are legally married. You. Kale trembled, a volcano of rage about to erupt. I smiled wider. Kale, you like Lilith so much, don't you? You like that she's having your child? Great. I'm happy for you. Let me help you two be together. I turned to the horrified Lilith. Looks like you've got your hands full now with Morwenna. Poor thing. You're pregnant and now you've got to take care of a bedridden, legless old woman. That's rough. Honestly, kind of gross. Who's bedridden? Lilith blurted out. Morwenna is, I replied cheerfully. She's actually paralyzed. Oh, not faking anymore. She really doesn't have legs now. The color drained from Lilith's face. She looked like she was going to be sick. I clapped my hands together. Congratulations to you and Kale for getting exactly what you wanted. Legally married and all. Thanks for taking over his whole family too. I added in a mock-sweet tone. By the way, Kale's been dismissed. No job, so don't count on him sending home money for luxury meals anymore. Things are going to be real tight for you. I savored the pure terror on their faces. But that's not even the worst of it. Kale is neck-deep in debt. I forced him to borrow more money. Dug that hole just for him. He gave it all to you, didn't he? You spent it like water. Then there was all the money spent on Morwenna's fake illness and amputation. Trust me, it's going to crush him. I paused, letting the weight of their impending poverty settle on them. And once he's back in the countryside with no job, he's going to find out how hard it really is to make money. Who knows when he'll ever be able to pay it back. I grinned, walking towards the door. I turned back for one final blow. Oh right, one last thing. Do you want to know why I never had a child with you in our 6 years of marriage? He looked at me, a hollow man. Because you're the one who can't have children, I said with a final ringing laugh. You didn't really think Lilith's baby was yours, did you? He froze, utterly shattered. I kept laughing. Of course it's not. That baby belongs to Marcus, our village's second-rate scumbag. I saw Lilith sneaking into the mountain caves with him with my own eyes. I didn't know for sure, but the doubt I planted was a more potent poison than any truth. I turned and walked away, the sound of my laughter echoing in the ruins of the life they had stolen from me. I was free. The wind that whipped past the bus was different. It didn't carry the familiar sense of dry earth and Morwenna's bitter herbs. It smelled of salt, of industry, of possibility. I clutched the bag on my lap, feeling the solid weight of the money I had bled from Kale. It wasn't a fortune, but it was a seed. A seed I would plant in this fertile southern soil and watch grow into a forest that would dwarf the pathetic withered tree of my past life. The city was a shock to the system. A roaring, chaotic symphony of honking cars, shouting vendors, and the constant rhythmic clang of construction. For a girl from a silent, echoing village, it was both terrifying and exhilarating. I found a bed in a women's dormitory, a cramped room with 10 bunk beds, the air thick with the smells of sweat and cheap perfume. It was a far cry from the spacious, if barren, home I'd left behind, but it was mine. I paid for it with my money earned from my own cunning. The next morning I hit the streets. The reform and opening up policy was in full swing, and the city was a bubbling cauldron of commerce. Everywhere I looked there were stalls. People sold everything from steaming buns to colorful plastic watches. This was where I would start. But not with trinkets. I had spent 6 years mending clothes until my fingers bled, patching Kale's uniforms and altering Morwenna's dresses. Fabric was my language. I found the wholesale fabric market, a dizzying maze of rolls of silk, cotton, and polyester. I spent days just walking, listening, learning the prices, the quality, the suppliers. I used a small portion of my money to buy a bolt of sturdy, inexpensive cotton and another of a pretty floral-patterned polyester. I rented a second-hand sewing machine for a month. I didn't sleep for 2 days. I measured, I cut, I sewed. I created simple, well-constructed blouses and skirts, designs that were a little more modern, a little more flattering than the drab, uniform-like clothing most vendors sold. I secured a spot in a busy market, paying the fee with a confidence I didn't fully feel. The first day I stood behind my small rack of clothes, my heart hammering. People walked past, barely glancing. Doubt, cold and insidious, began to creep in. Had I been a fool? Was this just the delusion of a broken woman? Then a woman about my age stopped. She fingered the sleeve of a floral blouse. "This is nice," she said. "The stitching is very neat." "It's double-stitched for durability," I said, my voice surprisingly steady. "And the cut is designed to be comfortable in this heat." She tried it on over her clothes right there. It fit her perfectly. He bought it. Then she bought a skirt to match. That first sale was a spark that lit a fire. Word spread. The new girl with the good clothes started attracting customers. My stall wasn't the flashiest, but my products were quality. I was honest. I remembered my customers, learned their names. Within 3 months, I had paid off the sewing machine and bought 2 more bolts of fabric. Within 6, I hired my first helper, a quiet, hard-working girl from the countryside named May, who reminded me of myself. I worked with a ferocity born of a second chance. Every stitch was a defiance of Kale's betrayal. Every satisfied customer was a rejection of Morwenna's cruelty. The gaunt, malnourished woman I had been began to fade, replaced by someone with sharp eyes, a confident stance, and hands that built instead of just served. I moved out of the dormitory into a small, clean apartment with a real bathroom. The first night I slept there in the silence that was entirely my own, I cried. Not tears of sadness, but of sheer, overwhelming triumph. One day a well-dressed woman came to my stall. She bought several pieces, then handed me a card. "I own a small boutique in the city center. Your work is excellent. If you can produce these in larger quantities, I'd like to place an order." It was the break I needed. I found a small and used garage, rented it, and set up a proper workshop. I hired 2 more seamstresses, training them myself. My one stall became 2, then 3. I was no longer just a vendor. I was a business owner. The years blurred together in a whirlwind of fabric, patterns, and ledgers. I bought the garage. Then I bought the building next to it. I drove my first car, a small, practical sedan, the day the paperwork was finalized. Sitting in the driver's seat, the key in my hand, I felt a sense of accomplishment so profound it was dizzying. I had built this. Me. Alara. Not Kale's wife, not Morwenna's servant. Me. And then there was Liam. He owned a printing shop that did the tags and labels for my clothing line. He was quiet, steady, with kind eyes and no hidden shadows. He didn't see a victim or a former soldier's wife. He saw a shrewd, determined businesswoman. Our courtship was a gentle, gradual thing. Shared meals after work, conversations about our dreams, a hand on the small of my back that was respectful, not possessive. When he proposed, kneeling in my office surrounded by rolls of fabric and sample designs, I said yes without a single flicker of doubt or fear. We married in a simple civil ceremony. On our wedding night, as I lay in his arms, I realized I had never seen him look at Lilith the way Liam looked at me. It was a gaze of pure, uncomplicated love and deep respect. The hole Kale had carved in my soul was finally, completely filled. When our son Ben was born, I felt a love so fierce it terrified me. I would look at his perfect, trusting face and swear that he would never know a moment of the betrayal or powerlessness I had endured. He would be raised in a house of love, of security, of mutual respect. My life was full, vibrant, and successful. The ghosts of my past were just that, ghost. They held no power over me anymore. I had risen from the ashes of my first life, a phoenix forged in fire, and I was soaring. I had everything I had ever wanted, and it was all mine. Ben's 12th birthday was a lavish affair, a celebration of the life I had built. We hosted it at the Jade Peacock, the most high-end restaurant in the city. The room glittered with light from a crystal chandelier, and the long table was covered in platters of food I could never have imagined in my village days. Ben, dressed in a smart little suit, laughed with his friends, his face flushed with happiness. Liam stood by my side, his hand resting comfortably on my waist, a silent testament to our shared joy. I excused myself to use the restroom, my high heels sinking into the plush, crimson carpet of the hallway. The air was scented with orchids and money. This was my world now. As I walked, I noticed a janitor, a hunched, gray-haired woman in a drab uniform, slowly pushing a cleaning cart. She was scrubbing at a faint stain on the carpet, her movements weary and practiced. I moved to pass her, but she looked up and our eyes met. Time stopped. It was Lilith. But it was a Lilith eroded by a decade and a half of hardship. Her hair was a tangled, steel-gray mess. Her face, once soft and pretty, was a roadmap of deep lines and sallow skin. Her body was bent, her shoulders permanently stooped as if carrying an invisible, crushing weight. The fine clothes Kale had bought her were long gone, replaced by a uniform that was little better than rags. She stared at me, her eyes widening in disbelief. They traveled over my soft, artfully curled hair, my tailored emerald green dress, the simple but undeniable quality of my pearls, the confident way I stood in my expensive heels. You, she breathed, the word a dry rasp. Elara, you're rich now? She blinked rapidly as if trying to clear a hallucination. Then her expression twisted, the shock curdling into a bitter, familiar hatred. This can't be real, she muttered, more to herself than to me. Her eyes narrowed. You must have married some rich guy. Look at the way you dress. You're probably just some fancy escort. That's the only way a woman like you could have money. Her venom was pathetic, a feeble echo from a forgotten life. I felt no anger, only a distant, clinical pity. Not everyone's like you, Lilith, I said, my voice flat and calm. I don't need a man to survive. I left Kale and I rose anyway. The mention of his name was a spark on dry tinder. You left a man and turned into this. She snarled, her voice gaining a shrill, desperate edge. This is all your fault. If it weren't for you, I would have stayed with Kale. We would have built a good life in the army. You heartless, shameless woman. You're the reason Morwenna lost her legs. The reason Kale lost his job and the reason you left a thorn in his heart. She was screaming now, her voice echoing in the opulent hallway, a discordant note in the symphony of my success. It's all because of you. Because of your lies. Ethan started doubting that the baby was his. He said the baby's eyes looked just like Marcus's. He kept accusing me of sleeping with Marcus. He got drunk and he fell and killed my baby. A flicker of something dark passed through me. So the seed of doubt I had planted had borne poisonous fruit. Oh, I said casually without a shred of empathy. That's unfortunate. Her mouth dropped open, stunned by my coldness. How can you be so cold? Do you have any idea how much I've suffered? Tears, real this time, streamed down her ravaged face. He hit me, screamed at me, insulted me every day. He made me care for that old witch Morwenna, feeding her, cleaning up her filth. And if I ever complained, he beat me black and blue. She wiped her nose with the back of her hand, a gesture of utter defeat. He said, "If Alara could do it, why can't you?" The irony was so perfect it was almost poetic. He had used my ghost, the memory of my subservience, to torment her. "When he was with you, he was already sneaking around with me behind your back," she whispered. "But after you left, he couldn't stop thinking about you. Every day he talked about how good you were." "Then why didn't you leave him?" I asked, my voice still cold, devoid of the warmth I reserved for my real life. "You think I didn't want to?" she yelled, her voice cracking. "I had a kid. I wasn't free like you." Her body trembled with a furious, impotent rage. "This is all your fault. You made my life hell. That bastard Kale killed my baby. He pushed me while he was drunk and the baby died. And then he crippled my other child." I blinked, unmoved. "Oh, that's unfortunate. You heartless," she hissed. "Kale was executed," she said after a painful pause, her voice hollow. "He got the death penalty. Got into a fight, killed a man over a gambling debt. Left me with all the mess." "Is that so?" I said with a sneer. "Sounds like you've had it rough." There wasn't a trace of sympathy in my voice. "I'm a mother," she continued as if pleading her case to a judge. "I couldn't abandon my child, but no man wants a woman with a disabled kid. So I ran around for years working like a dog. Now you see me like this." She looked at me, her eyes begging for a scrap of acknowledgement, for a shared moment of misery. "Does that make you happy?" I looked her straight in her broken, desperate eyes. I saw the years of beatings, the back-breaking labor, the loss of her children, the weight of caring for a legless Morwenna, the poverty, the shame. I saw the living embodiment of the fate she and Kale had tried to consign me to. I answered honestly. "Yes," I said, my voice clear and steady in the hushed hallway. "It makes me very happy. I hope your life stays exactly like this forever, lifetime after lifetime." And with that I turned on my heel and walked away. The sound of my heels on the carpet was muffled, but the finality of the sound was absolute. Behind me, I heard her unleash a single ragged scream of pure, impotent fury. It was the last sound of my past life, and it was music to my ears. I didn't look back. I had a son to celebrate with, a husband who loved me, and a future that was blindingly bright. The past was finally, irrevocably dead. The encounter with Lilith should have been the final, satisfying period at the end of that sordid chapter of my life. And for a time it was. I returned to Ben's birthday party, my smile a little brighter, my heart a little lighter. The ghost had been faced and I had won. But the past, I was learning, has a way of echoing. It was a Tuesday afternoon, 6 months after the party. I was in my design studio, reviewing fabric swatches for the next season's collection. The light was perfect, streaming in through the large windows and illuminating the rich colors of silk and cashmere. My phone, my private line, buzzed on the glass desk. An unknown number. A prickle of unease, a leftover instinct from a harder life, made me hesitate before answering. "Alara Vance speaking." There was a choked sob on the other end. "Alara? It's me. Agatha. Mrs. Agatha. My kind, gentle neighbor from a lifetime ago. The one who had held my hand and unknowingly set me on this path." Her voice was thin, frayed with age and distress. "Agatha, is everything all right?" I asked, my professional demeanor softening. "Oh my dear. It's Morwenna." She took a shuddering breath. "She passed. Last week." I felt nothing. No grief, no satisfaction. It was a news bulletin from a foreign country. "I see. The funeral was a miserable affair," Agatha continued, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Just that Lilith and her poor crippled boy. No one else came. After everything, the things that happened." She trailed off. "But that's not why I'm calling. After the burial, Lilith she was in a state. She came to my door raving. She said the most terrible things about you, Alara." I leaned back in my chair, the plush leather sighing beneath me. "What kind of things? That you orchestrated it all. That you deliberately hurt Morwenna, that you ruined Kale." She was screaming about a pouch, about sedatives, about glass. Agatha's voice trembled. "She said she was going to find you. She said she has nothing left to lose. She found some old papers of Kale's, a note with a city name on it, and she's convinced you're there. I thought you should know. The cold, clinical calm I had felt with Lilith in the hallway solidified into something harder. A threat. However feeble, it was a thread from that old, tangled web trying to snare me again. Thank you, Agatha, I said, my voice even. Thank you for telling me. Don't worry about me. I'm well protected. After I hung up, I sat in the silent, sunlit studio for a long time. I looked at my hands, no longer calloused from field work, but smooth, adorned with a single tasteful diamond band. They were the hands of a creator, a business owner, a wife, a mother. They were not the hands of a woman who should be looking over her shoulder. I would not be dragged back into the mud. I had worked too hard, climbed too high. I called a meeting with my head of security, a capable, discreet man named David. I gave him a photograph of Lilith from my memory, a description of the broken woman I'd seen. I instructed him to alert the staff at my home, my office, and Ben's school. If she was seen, she was to be removed, politely but firmly. She was not to get within 100 feet of my family. Liam noticed my tightened vigilance that evening. Everything okay? He asked, his hand warm on my shoulder as I stared out the window of our penthouse apartment. Just a business matter, I said, turning and offering him a serene smile. A disgruntled former associate. David is handling it. He searched my eyes for a moment, saw my calm, and accepted it. He trusted me. That trust was a fortress around my heart. I would not let the ghosts of my past breach its walls. Weeks passed. There was no sign of her. I began to relax, thinking Agatha's warning was the last gasp of a dying reality. I was wrong. It happened at a charity gala. I was in a conversation with the mayor, discussing a potential donation for a new women's shelter, a cause close to my heart. A cause born from my own past. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a commotion at the grand entrance. A scuffle. A familiar, shrill voice raised in a scream. Alara. I know you're in here. You can't hide from what you did. Lilith. She had somehow gotten past the lobby. She was still in her janitor's uniform, a stark, pathetic stain against the gilded ballroom. Her hair was wild, her eyes burning with a feverish madness. Security had her by both arms, but she was thrashing, a cornered animal. All conversation stopped. Hundreds of the city's most influential people turned to stare. At her. And then at me. For a split second, I was that village girl again, standing in a crowded room while Morwenna accused me of adultery, the heat of 1,000 judgmental eyes on my skin. The shame, the powerlessness threatened to rise up and choke me. But then I felt the weight of my emerald gown, the cool certainty of the pearls at my throat. I saw Liam start to move towards me, his face a mask of protective fury. I saw David and his team swiftly, efficiently, containing the situation. I did not flinch. I did not look away. I simply turned back to the mayor, whose mouth was hanging open in shock. I gave a small, apologetic smile, a masterpiece of poise. My apologies, Mr. Mayor, I said, my voice carrying just enough to be heard by those nearby. It seems a poor, troubled soul has mistaken me for someone from her past. Mental health services are so desperately underfunded, aren't they? It only strengthens my resolve to support the new shelter. In that moment, I didn't just deflect the attack. I weaponized it. My compassion, my social conscience was now the story. The murmur that went through the crowd was one of sympathy. For me. I watched as they dragged her away, her screams fading into the night. You're a monster. You took everything from me. I hope you burn. She was gone. The spectacle was over. The orchestra began to play again, a soft, sweeping waltz meant to cover the awkwardness. Liam was at my side instantly. Alara. I'm fine, I said, and this time I truly was. The last vestige of her power over me had vanished in that ballroom. She had thrown her best, most desperate punch, and I had not only absorbed it, I had used it to build my legend higher. The final thread was cut. There was nothing left of them that could touch me. The unraveling was complete. The years that followed were golden. Peaceful. The Lilith incident became a distant, dramatic story, a testament to my resilience. My business, Alara Designs, became a nationally recognized brand, synonymous with quality and elegant, wearable fashion. We opened flagship stores in 3 major cities. I was featured in magazines not as a victim of a scandal, but as a self-made entrepreneur, a philanthropist. Liam and I grew older together, our love deepening into a comfortable, unshakable partnership. We traveled the world, from the sun-drenched coasts of Greece to the bustling markets of Marrakesh. With every new horizon, the shadow of the straw huts and the echoing empty house faded until it felt like a story I had read about someone else. Our son Ben grew into a fine young man. He had his father's steady kindness and, I like to think, a spark of my tenacity. He went to university to study business, not out of obligation but with a genuine passion. He would often sit with me in my office, his long legs stretched out, and we would discuss marketing strategies and supply chain logistics. He was being groomed not to inherit a title, but to steward a legacy he respected. On the day of his graduation, as he walked across the stage to receive his diploma, my heart felt so full I thought it might burst. Liam held my hand, his thumb stroking my knuckles. We were a picture of proud, happy parents. There was no hidden bitterness, no secret shame. Our joy was pure and untainted. After the ceremony, we hosted a small dinner at our home. Ben, slightly tipsy on champagne, raised his glass. "To my parents," he said, his voice warm with affection. "Thank you for giving me a world of possibilities. Mom, you taught me that no matter where you start, your destiny is your own to build." Tears pricked at my eyes. He had no idea of the literal truth in his words. He only saw the strong, successful woman before him, not the ghost of the one who had been brought so low. Later that night, after the guests had left and Liam had gone to bed, I stood on the balcony, looking out at the glittering city skyline. The air was clean and cool. I could hear the soft, distant hum of the city, a sound of life, of progress, of a future I had helped create. I thought about Kale, dead and gone. I thought about Morwenna, buried and unmourned. I thought about Lilith, likely still toiling in some anonymous, grinding poverty, her spirit and body broken. Their story was a tragedy, a cautionary tale of betrayal and its consequences. My story was one of rebirth. I had been given a second chance, a terrifying and precious gift. I hadn't just used it to seek revenge. I had used it to build a life so beautiful, so full of love and purpose, that the revenge became a minor, almost forgotten subplot. The best vengeance wasn't their suffering. It was my absolute, unassailable happiness. I had started with nothing but the clothes on my back and a burning will to survive. Now I had a family that loved me, a business I had built with my own mind and hands, and a son who saw me as a hero. I looked up at the stars, clear and bright above the city lights. The past was a closed book. The future was a blank page, and it was mine to write. I had not only escaped my fate, I had rewritten it. And the final chapter was one of peace, prosperity, and a love that echoed through the halls of my home, a home that would never ever be empty. The end.
George, I've got good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? I put down my paintbrush and looked at my friend Frank. He stood at the studio door with a mysterious air, his face a mix of nervousness and excitement. Let's start with the bad news. After all, I've gotten used to it these past 3 years. Your painting, Eternity, just sold for a sky-high price. Over $6 million. I frowned. How is that bad news? Frank chuckled. Because it's actually part of the good news. The bad news is, buddy, you might need to see a psychiatrist. What do you mean? A woman who looks exactly like Mary showed up at your art exhibition. I almost thought I was seeing a ghost. The paintbrush slipped from my hand and fell to the floor, splattering paint across the unfinished canvas. Mary, my late wife, died 3 years ago after accidentally falling off a cliff. I watched with my own eyes as her body was pulled from the water. In that moment, my world completely collapsed. Stop joking around, Frank. Why would I lie to you? She even left this. Frank handed me a note, with an address and a time written on it. My hand trembled slightly. The handwriting was exactly the same as Mary's. That night, I waited until midnight at the designated cafe. Just as I was about to leave, a familiar figure appeared at the door. Mary? No, it couldn't be her. But every gesture of that woman, from the tips of her hair to her fingertips, was a shadow of Mary. George, it's been a long time. She sat across from me, and the familiar voice nearly made my heart stop. Who are you? I struggled to remain calm. I'm Mary, your wife. She smiled and reached out her hand. There was a scar on her palm, the mark Mary got when she accidentally cut herself on glass at 15. Impossible. Mary is already dead. She laughed softly. That was just an accident. I fell off the cliff and was saved by a reclusive old doctor. I lost my memory from the injuries and only recently remembered everything. As she spoke, tears began to fall with an expression I knew all too well, the look Mary wore whenever she felt wronged. I know it's hard to believe, but I really am Mary. I couldn't believe my eyes. The shade of lipstick Mary loved most, the faint little mole beneath her left ear, the unconscious habit of rubbing her ring while speaking. Everything was so familiar. Are you really Mary? She nodded and took a small box out of her bag. This is the proof. Inside the box was the first piece of jewelry Mary ever designed. A sapphire ring, the only one of its kind, never mass-produced. I brought it with me that day because I wanted to surprise you. I suddenly stood up and pulled her into my arms. 3 years of longing surged over me like a tide. I held her tightly, afraid that if I let go, she would disappear again. On the way home, she told me about her experiences over the past 3 years. She was rescued by an old doctor in the mountains, lost her memory due to a severe head injury, and lived in a remote mountain village for more than 2 years. It wasn't until she happened to see a poster for my art exhibition that her memory gradually returned. The next day, I took her to see Frank. Oh my God, it really is you, Mary. Frank stared in astonishment, eyes wide. Frank, it's been a long time. She greeted him with a smile, exactly as I remembered. Frank pulled me aside and whispered, Man, this is unbelievable, but I really believe it's her. Who else but Mary could call me by my childhood nickname so accurately? That was something only the two of you knew. A week later, Mary officially returned. We held a small welcome party for her. Her mother was so overwhelmed that she fainted, and when she woke up, she clung to her daughter and refused to let go. But that night, I noticed the first sign that something was off. Mary never ate mangoes because she was severely allergic. Yet the returned Mary absent-mindedly tasted a mango dessert and was perfectly fine. Aren't you allergic to mangoes? I asked. She paused for a moment, then quickly laughed and said, Oh, that old Chinese doctor cured my allergy. He's really amazing. I nodded, but in my heart, I marked the first question mark. Is this really my wife? A month passed quickly, and Mary blended perfectly into our lives. She knew the location of every item in the house, remembered our shared memories, and could even accurately name friends we hadn't contacted in years. But those subtle feelings of discord kept growing. For example, the real Mary liked to listen to classical music, especially Debussy, while designing jewelry. But she would always unconsciously hum along to pop songs. Mary always habitually used her left hand to hold chopsticks, even though she knew it was wrong. She just couldn't change. But she was a standard right-handed user. The most obvious difference appeared that night when I accidentally caught her smoking in the bedroom. The real Mary hated the smell of smoke. Even when I came home from social events with a faint scent of cigarettes, she would frown. When did you start smoking? I stood at the doorway, my voice soft. She was clearly startled, hastily snuffing out the cigarette. This is a herbal cigarette for treating insomnia, prescribed by an old Chinese doctor. I nodded, not pressing further, but the doubts in my heart only grew deeper. The next day, I went to find Frank. Help me check if, in the past 3 years, plastic surgery technology has advanced enough to achieve this level. Frank's eyes widened. You mean, she's not Mary? I'm not sure, but there are always some things that don't add up. 2 days later, Frank brought news. High-end plastic surgery can make faces look similar, but it can't replicate the exact placement of scars or moles. And there's a limit to how well someone can imitate a voice. What if it was a twin? Frank shook his head. Mary is an only child. We all know that. I decided not to show my feelings for now and to keep observing. A week later, Mary's mother came to my house with astonishing news. George, Mary is going to have a baby, my mother-in-law told me excitedly. I stood there stunned. Before we got married, Mary had been diagnosed with uterine hypoplasia. The doctor had made it clear she could never get pregnant. This was our shared secret. Not even my mother-in-law knew. How do you know that? I managed to ask. Mary told me this morning. She said she already had a checkup. It's been 2 months. My mother-in-law happily grabbed my hand. It's a blessing from above. Mary survived death, and now she can bring us new life. My heart sank to the bottom. This absolutely could not be Mary. That night, I dug out the hospital's diagnosis certificate in my study, which clearly stated the condition of Mary's uterus. But when I wanted to talk to Mary about it, I found her in the bedroom, excitedly discussing the decoration of the nursery with my mother-in-law. Mary, could you come here for a moment? I called her calmly. She followed me into the study, still wearing a blissful smile on her face. Did you forget about this? I handed her the diagnosis certificate. She took it and glanced at it, her face instantly turning pale. George, I can explain. Explain what? Explain that you're not Mary at all. Mother-in-law heard the commotion and walked in. What's going on with you two? Mom, take a look at this. I handed her the proof. My mother-in-law read it, then looked at Mary in astonishment. What's going on? Mary, you can't have children. Of course she can, I sneered, because she's not Mary at all. My mother-in-law's face changed dramatically. What nonsense are you talking about? I can explain. She hurriedly grabbed my mother-in-law's hand. That old Chinese doctor not only saved my life, but also cured my uterine problem. It's a miracle, truly. My mother-in-law looked at me, then at her, hesitating. George, you're being too paranoid. My mother-in-law finally took her daughter's side. Mary has come back with great difficulty. You should cherish her, not doubt her. Yes, George, I know this is hard to accept, but miracles do happen. Tears welled up in her eyes. Haven't we always wanted a child? Now we can finally have our own baby. I looked at her face, identical to Mary's. Yet I became more certain in my heart. This woman was not my wife. All right, I believe you. I smiled, deciding to go along with their story for now. Let's wait together for this miracle to happen. That night, I secretly contacted a private detective. My mother-in-law gladly accepted her daughter's explanation, even suggesting she move in with us to take care of Mary during her pregnancy. Outwardly, I agreed, but inside I grew even more wary. This was no coincidence. There had to be some kind of plot. Mom, haven't you always lived in Haicheng? Won't it be hard to get used to living here? I probed cautiously. For my grandson, I'm willing to endure any inconvenience, my mother-in-law said firmly. I noticed a fleeting unnatural expression on Mary's face. Could the truth be connected to my mother-in-law? On the 3rd day after my mother-in-law moved in, I discovered more suspicious details. For example, the real Mary never drank coffee, but she and my mother-in-law often enjoyed it together. Also, Mary's favorite movie was Roman Holiday, but she claimed to prefer Titanic. The strangest thing is, Mary used to despise her cousin Tom when she was alive, but now he visits frequently and chats and laughs with Mary as if they're old friends. I told Frank about these discoveries. Buddy, things are getting more and more suspicious, Frank frowned. Are you sure you want to keep going like this? Why not just expose her directly? It's not the right time yet. I want to find out what they're really after. The private detective's investigation also made progress. The so-called old Chinese doctor who had saved Mary did not exist at all, and Mary's whereabouts over the past 3 years were completely untraceable. More importantly, the private detective uncovered a shocking fact during the investigation. Mary's cousin Tom was deeply in debt from gambling, and the painting Eternity under my name, worth over $6 million, was his only hope for quick cash. They're after your painting, the private detective asserted, and this fake Mary is likely a professional identity fraudster, hired to win your trust. I took a deep breath and decided to take the initiative. That afternoon, I pretended to go out, but secretly returned home and hid in the study. Sure enough, Mary and her cousin Tom were whispering to each other in the living room. "It's taking too long," Tom said irritably. "How much longer until he sells the painting?" "Don't worry," she soothed him. "I'm already pregnant, and now he completely believes I'm Mary. In a little while, I'll say I want to move to a better neighborhood for the sake of the baby, and then we'll naturally need to sell the painting to raise money." "You're really pregnant?" "That wasn't part of the plan. It was an accident, but it works to our advantage. George wants a child so badly." "Does Annie know the truth?" "She only knows we're trying to scam money, not the specific plan. But she hates George, thinks he caused her daughter's death, so she's more than happy to help." I clenched my fists. So my mother-in-law had always believed that Mary's accident was somehow my fault. In fact, we did argue over something trivial that day, and Mary stormed out in anger. I didn't try to stop her. But I never imagined it would be the last time I'd see her. "You don't actually have feelings for George, do you?" Tom suddenly asked. She was silent for a moment. "It's just part of the job. Besides, I owe you, and I won't go back on my word." "Good then. Don't forget how we're splitting the money once we get it." Their conversation confirmed my suspicions. This was all an elaborate scheme, with my eternity as the target. In the days that followed, I pretended everything was normal while secretly making preparations. I contacted the police, arranged for evidence-gathering equipment, and found the last piece Mary had left before she died, a silver necklace that had never been made public, engraved with an anniversary date only the two of us knew. 2 weeks later, my art exhibition was held as scheduled. As planned, Mary brought up the idea of moving, hinting that I could sell Eternity. I pretended to agree and said I would auction the painting on the last day of the exhibition. "This is a surprise I prepared for you," I said on the eve of the exhibition, taking out a delicate box. "To celebrate the new life we're about to begin." She opened the box in surprise, and inside was the silver necklace. "It's beautiful, thank you." She smiled as she prepared to put it on. "Wait," I stopped her. "Aren't you going to look at the engraving on the back?" She turned the necklace over, and her face suddenly went pale. "What's wrong? Don't you like it?" I asked, feigning ignorance. "No, I really like it. It's just, I'm a bit moved." She forced a smile, but didn't know how to explain that she couldn't recognize the significance of that date. "See you tomorrow. Get some good rest, and don't forget to wear this necklace." I kissed her forehead and whispered in her ear, "After all, this is your final design." Her body visibly stiffened for a moment, but she kept smiling. "Of course, I cherish it very much. Tomorrow, the truth will come to light." On the day of the exhibition, the place was packed with people. My painting, Eternity, was displayed in the most prominent spot, right next to the last batch of jewelry designs Mary had created before her death. Mary held my arm, flawlessly playing the role of my wife as always. She had even gone out of her way to wear Mary's favorite white dress and the silver necklace I had given her last night. My mother-in-law and Tom were there too. The three of them exchanged glances from time to time, clearly waiting for the perfect moment. Frank appeared as planned, pretending to be extremely interested in Eternity and asking me about the auction details. "The auction will begin promptly at 4 in the afternoon," I replied with a smile. "This painting means a great deal to me, and I hope it finds someone who truly appreciates it." Mary immediately chimed in. "Yes, although it's hard to part with it, this is a necessary decision for our future." I noticed she glanced at Tom, who gave a barely perceptible nod. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the projector in the center of the exhibition hall lit up. This was the special segment I had arranged. "Ladies and gentlemen, I stood in front of Eternity. Before the auction begins, I'd like to share a little story about this painting." Mary's photo appeared on the projection screen, a group picture from her last birthday party before she passed away. 3 years ago, my wife Mary died in an accident. I created this painting, Eternity, in her memory. The woman in the painting has her back to the viewer, forever gazing into the distance, symbolizing a longing I can never reach. A soft sigh rippled through the crowd. Mary stood beside me, matching my words with a sorrowful expression. However, a month ago, a miracle happened. I turned to look at Mary. My wife came back. The whole room erupted in astonishment, and many people curiously sized up, Mary. This is my wife, Mary. I took her hand and stepped forward. Back from the dead, it's truly the greatest blessing heaven could have given me. She smiled and nodded to everyone, while my mother-in-law and Tom stood by with smug expressions. However, my tone suddenly shifted. Amidst my joy, a question arose. Is she really Mary? The entire room fell silent. Mary's hand trembled slightly in my palm. So, I did some investigating. The projector switched to a set of comparison photos. On the left was the real Mary. On the right was a photo of her. They look exactly the same, don't they? But I clicked the remote, and the photo was enlarged, the details highlighted. The position of the piercing on the left ear was slightly different, the arch of the eyebrows subtly varied, and the fine lines at the corners of the eyes ran in different directions. These are details that even professional plastic surgery cannot fully replicate. Mary tried to pull her hand away, but I held on tightly. My mother-in-law and Tom also began to grow anxious, glancing toward the exit. More importantly, the real Mary has a feature that cannot be copied. I turned to Mary. The necklace I gave you last night has a date engraved on the back. Can you tell everyone what that date is? She opened her mouth, but no words came out. That was the due date of our first child, the one we lost. I spoke softly, my voice trembling with emotion. Mary designed this necklace to commemorate the baby we never got to meet. The date was our secret, only Mary and I knew. The room fell utterly silent. Mary turned deathly pale, my mother-in-law's eyes widened, and Tom had already started edging toward the door. What surprised me even more, I continued, was that the real Mary could never get pregnant due to an underdeveloped uterus. Yet this, Mary claims she's already 2 months along. I let go of her hand and took a step back. So, who are you really? A flicker of despair flashed in Mary's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. I am Mary, it's just that old Chinese doctor. The non-existent old Chinese doctor, right? I sneered. Just like the non-existent amnesia, the non-existent miraculous recovery. I turned toward the projection screen. Let's see the truth. The screen played the secretly recorded video of her conversation with Tom, their discussion on how to swindle eternity, clearly audible. This isn't. She tried to explain, but my mother-in-law had already rushed forward. Who are you really? My mother-in-law screamed. You're not my daughter? Auntie, stop pretending, I said calmly. You know she's not Mary. You just wanted to get back at me, didn't you? My mother-in-law's face turned pale. I didn't know she was going to impersonate Mary. Tom just said he needed help to scam some money. Police. Don't move. Several plainclothes officers emerged from the crowd, blocking Tom as he tried to escape. Amid the chaos, Mary took the opportunity to shove me aside and run toward the exit. I chased after her and caught up in the parking lot. Tell me, who are you really? She finally stopped, turned to face me, tears welling in her eyes. My name is Luna. I'm an actress. Tom found me and said if I helped trick you out of a painting, he'd give me $1 million. I needed the money for my sister's medical treatment. Why did they choose me? Why Mary? She shook her head. I don't know. They gave me a lot of information, photos, videos, even your chat logs. I was just following the script. The police arrived and took her away. I stood where I was, gazing at the distant sky, my heart a tumult of emotions. Back in the exhibition hall, the crowd had already dispersed, leaving only Frank and a few police officers. It's all been cleared up, Frank walked over. Tom owed money to loan sharks and was desperate. Your mother-in-law always resented you for not saving Mary, so she helped them plan the whole thing. I walked up to eternity, gently caressing the back of the woman in the painting. Mary, I can finally give you an answer. The police left with the evidence. Frank patted me on the shoulder. What do you plan to do next? I took a deep breath. Prepare for the final painting. What will it be called? The Pursuit, I said softly. This time, I'll paint her face, not just her back. After the case was solved, my life seemed to return to where it was 3 years ago. Eternity was temporarily held by the court as crucial evidence. Tom and Luna were arrested for fraud, and my mother-in-law was investigated as an accomplice. The prosecution wants you to testify in court, the officer called to inform me. The trial is scheduled for early next month. I agreed, though I was utterly exhausted inside. After exposing the deception, I thought I would feel the thrill of revenge, but what I felt instead was a profound emptiness. Those days spent with Mary that month had allowed me to feel a trace of warmth in life again, even if that warmth was born of lies. Frank often came to see me, worried I might fall into despair once more. I told him not to worry, that I was working on a new piece, The Pursuit. Are you really going to paint Mary's face from the front? Frank asked curiously. For the past 3 years, you've always refused to do that. It's time, I replied. We can't live in the past forever. I moved out of the apartment I had shared with Mary and returned to the old house in the suburbs, the place where the real Mary and I had first made our home. The dust-laden memories in the house brought me both pain and comfort. Mary's studio remained just as she had left it, design sketches scattered across the table, unfinished jewelry drafts pinned to the drawing board. One afternoon, while sorting through Mary's belongings, I discovered an encrypted external hard drive. After several attempts, I finally unlocked it using our wedding anniversary as the password. Inside were backups of Mary's design works, along with some personal photos and videos. One folder in particular caught my attention. Inside a folder named Plan was a series of jewelry design sketches, labeled George's Birthday Special Project. It was then I remembered that, in the months before Mary passed away, she often spoke mysteriously about giving me an unparalleled birthday surprise. Leafing through these design drafts, I couldn't help but be moved to tears. Mary had planned to design a jewelry collection inspired by my paintings over the years, with each piece corresponding to a representative work from my artistic career. The last page was a sketch of a ring, with a dark red stone set in the center, its edges adorned with tiny diamonds, closely resembling the sunrise in my early work, Dawn. This is blood amber? I examined the notes carefully, confirming the name of this rare gemstone. Mary's designs had always been bold, but blood amber is extremely rare in the Chinese market, almost impossible to acquire. How did she obtain such a material? As I continued searching, I found a series of email correspondence screenshots. Mary had actually contacted a gemstone dealer in Myanmar, commissioning the blood amber specifically for this ring. The last email showed that the gem had already been shipped, but the date was exactly 1 week before Mary's death. I immediately called Frank. Help me check if there was a package sent from Myanmar 3 years ago, addressed to Mary. 2 days later, Frank brought news. The package did exist, but since no one signed for it, it was returned. However, according to the shipping records, it was resent a month ago, this time addressed to you. What? I was completely confused. I haven't received any package. Check your old apartment? Frank suggested. Back at my old apartment, the manager told me there was indeed a package, but it had been signed for by Mary. She said it was a surprise for you, so she didn't notify you, the manager explained. This meant Luna had taken the blood amber. I rushed to the detention center and requested to see Luna. Separated by glass, she looked much more haggard than the last time we met, but still wore that face so similar to Mary's. What are you doing here? She asked coldly. A month ago, you signed for a package from Myanmar. There was a blood amber inside. I want to know where it is. She looked surprised. How did you know? Tom asked me to sign for it. He said it was some precious gem. He took it. My heart sank. Tom was deep in gambling debt. A precious blood amber would be a windfall for him. He had probably sold it long ago. That blood amber is very important to me, I said softly. It was the last gift my wife left me. Luna was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, maybe it's not that bad. Tom said the stone has flaws, its value is greatly reduced, and he hasn't found a suitable buyer yet. Hope was rekindled. If Tom hadn't sold the blood amber yet, maybe there was still a chance to get it back. Do you know where he might hide it? Luna hesitated for a moment. He has a safe deposit box in a self-storage facility on the east side of the city. After getting the address, I immediately contacted the officer in charge of the case and explained the situation. Since Tom was involved in a large sum of money, the police quickly approved the search request. Mr. George, we've found the safe deposit box, the officer said over the phone. Inside, we did find the blood amber you described, as well as some other evidence. A few hours later, I retrieved the blood amber at the police station. It was even more beautiful than I had imagined. Within the dark red core, wisps of mist seemed to swirl, shifting strangely under the light. This was the birthday gift Mary had so carefully chosen for me, waiting for 3 years. Back home, I carefully placed the blood amber beside the canvas of the pursuit. The painting was already more than half finished, Mary's face emerging from the blur into clarity, yet it still felt like something was missing. Watching the blood amber glimmer faintly under the light, I suddenly understood how I should complete the painting. The creation of the pursuit entered its final stage. I decided to break convention and incorporate the blood amber into the artwork. This would not only be a portrait, but a hybrid piece that fused painting with the art of jewelry. Are you sure you want to do this? Frank frowned. That blood amber is priceless. That's exactly why, I said firmly. Mary chose it for me. She wanted to inspire an unparalleled masterpiece. I will fulfill her wish. For 2 whole weeks, I worked day and night, neglecting sleep and food. I cut the blood amber into thin slices and inlaid them at the spot of Mary's eyes on the canvas, making her gaze truly come alive. I used a special technique to blend the surrounding paint, creating a harmonious transition with the gemstone. From certain angles, the entire painting seemed to be imbued with life, and Mary's expression would shift depending on where the viewer stood. On the day I finished the piece, Frank brought news. Luna had been sentenced to 3 years in prison, but due to her good attitude in confessing, she might serve only 1.5 years. Tom, involved in multiple fraud cases, was sentenced to 7 years. My mother-in-law, as an accomplice, received a suspended sentence. The case is finally over, Frank said. Are you planning to exhibit your painting? Yes. Next month there will be a solo exhibition at the National Art Museum, and The Pursuit will be the grand finale. The curator couldn't stop praising this piece, believing it represents the innovative direction of contemporary art and marks the pinnacle of my career. Indeed, this painting, which incorporates Mary's jewelry design concepts, is in some sense a creation we made together. On the eve of the exhibition, I checked the arrangement in the gallery alone one last time, making sure every piece was perfectly lit and positioned. When I reached The Pursuit, I couldn't help but stop and gaze at it. Mary's face was vividly lifelike, her eyes inlaid with blood amber gleaming under the spotlight, as if she were smiling at me. For the first time in 3 years, I faced her directly, no longer painting only her back. Mr. George, a stranger's voice called from behind. Sorry to disturb you, but the gallery has been cleared. He turned around to see a young woman dressed in the museum's staff uniform. And you are? I'm the new curator, responsible for security in your exhibition area, she explained with a smile. I really like your work, especially this piece, The Pursuit. Thank you. I nodded. I'll be leaving soon. She didn't leave, but continued to gaze at the painting. That red gem is beautiful, almost as if it's alive. It's blood amber, I explained, a very rare gemstone. I know, she said softly, top-grade blood amber from Myanmar, containing plant fossils, extremely rare. I looked at her in surprise. You know a lot about jewelry? She smiled. I studied jewelry design. I'm just working part-time here. For some reason, Mary suddenly came to mind. She, too, had an almost obsessive passion for and expertise in gemstones. If you don't mind me asking, who is the woman in this painting? She asked. My wife, I replied. She passed away 3 years ago. She was a jewelry designer. I'm very sorry, she said sincerely, then gestured toward the blood amber. This gem must mean a great deal to you. It was the last birthday gift she chose for me before she died, but I only found it recently. She nodded thoughtfully. Setting it into her portrait is the best way to remember her. For some reason, talking with this unfamiliar woman brought me a strange sense of calm. Perhaps it was her love for jewelry that reminded me of Mary. Sorry, I have to continue my rounds. She glanced at her watch. See you tomorrow, Mr. George. See you tomorrow, I replied, watching her leave. On the way home, I felt an unusual peace. The completion of The Pursuit seemed to mark the end of my search for Mary as well. Not forgetting, but remembering her forever in another way. The next day, the exhibition's opening ceremony attracted numerous figures from the art world and the media. The Pursuit undoubtedly became the center of attention, with people marveling at this innovative form of artistic expression. Amid the crowd, I noticed that curator standing aside, watching as well. Sunlight streamed through the skylight of the gallery, falling upon her, and for a fleeting moment, I thought I saw Mary's shadow. No, I shook my head, warning myself not to be deceived by mere resemblance. There would never be another Mary in this world, just as there would never be another unique blood amber. After the exhibition, the pursuit was purchased by an anonymous collector for an astronomical price. I donated all the proceeds to a foundation supporting students in jewelry design, establishing a scholarship in Mary's name. Life slowly moved forward, and I began to accept new commissions and create new works. Occasionally, I would think of that curator with a unique insight into jewelry, wondering if she was still working at the art museum. Until one day, I received an email from HL. There were no words, only an image. A sketch of a ring design, the style strikingly similar to Mary's unfinished series. My heart raced as I replied immediately. Who is this? The response came quickly. Yesterday, you brushed past me by the cafe on the street corner, but you didn't recognize me. If you want to know more, wait for me at the museum entrance at noon tomorrow. Is it that librarian? How could she have a design so reminiscent of Mary's style? Filled with anxiety and anticipation, I decided to accept the invitation and find out for myself. The next day at noon, I arrived at the art museum half an hour early. The sun was shining, and small groups of visitors were coming and going from the exhibition hall. But there was no sign of the mysterious person. Just as I began to suspect this might be some kind of prank, a faint trace of perfume drifted by, a scent unfamiliar to me, yet it inexplicably reminded me of Mary. Mr. George, thank you for coming. The voice behind me made me turn around. It was the curator. Today, she wasn't wearing her uniform, but a simple white dress, completely different from Mary's style when she was alive. Did you send the email? I asked directly. She nodded. There are some things I want to tell you, but not here. Will you come with me? We walked through the small park beside the art museum and arrived at a secluded cafe. The whole time, I kept observing her. Her mannerisms, the way she walked, none of it resembled Mary. Yet her sensitivity to detail and her focused attention gave me a strange sense of familiarity. Who are you, really? The moment we sat down, I couldn't wait to ask. My name is Nicole. She looked me straight in the eye. I'm Mary's student. This answer caught me off guard. Mary had indeed taught jewelry design part-time at the Design Academy before she passed away, but she had never mentioned having any particularly close students. I took her advanced design class the year before she passed, Nicole explained. Her guidance benefited me for a lifetime. That still doesn't explain why your designs resemble her style so much, I said, half convinced. Nicole took a folder out of her bag. These are all notes from Ms. Nicole's class and her feedback on my work. You can look at the handwriting and confirm that it's really hers. I carefully examined the materials. It was indeed Mary's handwriting. There were even traces of the pale purple ink she habitually used. Before Ms. Nicole passed away, she was guiding me on my graduation project, Nicole continued. The theme was interwoven light and shadow, blending Eastern and Western aesthetic elements. She gave me a lot of valuable advice, and even showed me a sketch from a private project she was working on at the time. George's special birthday project? I blurted out. Nicole's eyes widened in surprise. You know about it? I only found out recently. I briefly explained the origin of the blood amber. I knew that blood amber would eventually find its way back to you, Nicole said with a smile. Nicole always said it was a destined gift. Is that why you contacted me? Because you saw the blood amber? Nicole was silent for a moment, as if choosing her words carefully. Not entirely. After Nicole passed away, I've been trying to carry on the design philosophy she taught me. Some time ago, I happened to see the news about your eternity being stolen, and then I saw someone impersonating Nicole. I thought I should tell you a few things. She took a letter out of her bag. This is the last letter Nicole gave me after class before she passed away. She said if her surprise plan went smoothly, I should show you this letter. If anything went wrong and she was gone, I should still make sure you see it. I took the envelope. It was indeed Mary's handwriting, and it read, "To my dearest husband." The envelope had already been opened. I didn't know what was in the letter at the time. I just kept it as Nicole instructed, Nicole explained. It wasn't until I saw the news that I opened it. I hope you won't blame me. I carefully took out the letter paper and unfolded it to read. Dear George, if you are reading this letter, perhaps my surprise plan has gone awry. Don't worry, it's just that the plan has changed, and the form of the gift may be different now. The blood amber I picked for you is said to be known as the Eye of Rebirth. Legend has it that looking at the world through it reveals truths that are often overlooked. I hope it can become a turning point in your artistic career, leading you to see new possibilities. All these years, your paintings have always depicted backs, as if you're afraid to face something head-on. I hope this gemstone will give you the courage to paint the front, to capture true emotions. No matter what happens, please remember, love does not disappear, it merely changes form, like this blood amber, which, after millions of years, transforms from resin into a gem, yet still shines. Forever loving you, Mary. The handwriting became a bit messy at the end, as if written in a hurry. I stroked the paper, as if I could feel Mary's emotions at that moment. Thank you, I said, my voice choked with emotion. This means a lot to me. You're welcome. I'm just fulfilling Ms. Nicole's request, Nicole said with a smile. Actually, there's one more thing I'd like to ask your help with. What is it? I'd like to apply for the Mary Scholarship you established, she said, taking a design portfolio out of her bag. This is my graduation project, combining Ms. Nicole's ideas with my own innovations. As I flipped through the portfolio, I was surprised to find that while these designs bore traces of Mary's influence, they also possessed a unique style and innovative touches. In particular, a series called Metamorphosis cleverly combined jewelry with transformable elements, allowing the pieces to change form according to the wearer's mood and occasion. This is outstanding, I praised sincerely. Mary would be proud of you. A hint of joy flashed in Nicole's eyes. Really? I've always worried I couldn't live up to her expectations. You've already moved beyond the learning stage and developed your own style. That's exactly what she hoped to see. As we talked, sunlight streamed through the window and fell on Nicole. In that moment, I seemed to understand something. When Mary spoke of love changing its form, perhaps she wasn't just referring to the blood amber, but also to her passion for art and its legacy. Luna tried to impersonate Mary by mimicking her appearance, but she could never truly replicate who she was. Nicole, on the other hand, looked nothing like Mary, yet she inherited a part of her artistic vision and spirit. Perhaps this is the true gift Mary left me, not the blood amber, but a new possibility, a path out of the past. Nicole's graduation exhibition was held in a small gallery. Though the space was modest, it was exquisitely arranged. Her works were divided into 3 series, representing the past, the present, and the future, forming a complete narrative. This is a brilliant idea, I sincerely praised. From tradition to contemporary and then to the future, it showcases the evolution and possibilities of jewelry design. Nicole smiled and nodded. This was inspired by teacher Nicole. She always says that good design should look back at history, be grounded in the present, and look forward to the future. As I walked through the exhibition hall, I noticed a special display case in the corner, containing only one piece, a seemingly simple ring with a small red gemstone set in the center. This is. I leaned in to read the label, which said, in memory, dedicated to teacher Mary. Yes, I made it from a small piece of blood amber I bought with my own savings, Nicole explained. It can't compare to the quality of yours, but it's also from Myanmar. I examined the design of the ring closely. Clean, powerful lines, with fine silver threads encircling the blood amber, as if protecting the central gem, yet also seeming to radiate light outward. This is very similar to Mary's final design style, I said softly, but it also has your own unique touch. I wanted to create a piece that could both commemorate teacher Nicole and showcase my own style, Nicole explained. The blood amber represents her influence, while the outer design is the direction of my own development. The exhibition attracted quite a few industry insiders, including some well-known figures from the jewelry design world. After viewing the exhibition, an older female designer approached Nicole and offered her an internship opportunity. I stood by, genuinely happy for Nicole. In the evening, as the exhibition was drawing to a close, Frank arrived as well. Seeing me with Nicole, he gave me a knowing smile. New friend? He asked me quietly. Mary's student, I explained simply. Very talented. Frank nodded without asking further questions. After touring the exhibition, he gave high praise to Nicole's work. It blends traditional and modern elements, demonstrating both technical skill and artistic expression, quite rare. Nicole thanked him politely. This wouldn't have been possible without the guidance of teacher Nicole and teacher George. After the exhibition, the 3 of us went to a nearby restaurant for dinner. During the meal, Frank talked about recent trends in the art market, while Nicole shared her insights on contemporary jewelry design. The conversation was light and pleasant, and I realized it had been a long time since I had relaxed and chatted with others like this. After a few rounds of drinks, Frank received an urgent call and left early. Only Nicole and I remained in the restaurant, and the atmosphere suddenly became a bit quiet. Mr. George, Nicole hesitated for a moment before speaking. I've always had a question I wanted to ask you. What is it? After you finished the pursuit, what are you planning to create next? The question caught me off guard. To be honest, ever since the pursuit, I haven't had any new inspiration. That painting seemed to have drained all my emotions and creativity. I haven't decided yet, I answered honestly. It might take some time to find a new direction. Nicole nodded thoughtfully. Nicole once said that the hardest thing for an artist isn't creating a stunning masterpiece, but finding a way forward after reaching the peak. She really did say that, I recalled with a smile. Mary always saw further than I did. Maybe, Nicole said softly, you could try a new direction that combines your work with jewelry design? Like in The Pursuit, but taking it even further. I recalled what Mary mentioned in her letter about seeing new possibilities, and suddenly I was inspired. You mean, creating a series of works that combine painting and jewelry? Exactly. Nicole said excitedly, your paintings create emotion in two-dimensional space, while jewelry gives it tangible form in the three-dimensional world. The combination of the two would have an astonishing effect. The more we talked, the more engaged we became, even sketching a few concept designs on the restaurant's napkins. Nicole's ideas were fresh and bold, perfectly aligning with my artistic vision, yet bringing a new perspective. As we left the restaurant, Nicole suddenly said, I have to confess something. I looked at her in confusion. I reached out to you not only to deliver Nicole's letter, but also for a personal reason. I hope to learn from you, she said candidly. I want to become a designer like Nicole, someone who not only creates beautiful works but also perfectly blends art with emotion. Her sincerity moved me. You're already on that path, and you're doing very well. Then, may I consult you often? She asked a little nervously. Of course, I'd be delighted. On the way home, a series of new works already began to take shape in my mind. A cross-disciplinary art that fuses painting and jewelry, both as a tribute to Mary and as a new starting point in my artistic career. That night, I had a dream. In the dream, Mary stood in a halo of blood-red light, smiling at me and saying, See, I knew you would find a new direction. When I woke up, I got out of bed immediately and began sketching for the new series. I decided to name it Rebirth. Not only representing the ancient life forever preserved in blood amber, but also symbolizing the rebirth of my artistic career, as well as the inheritance and development of Mary's artistic vision. A week later, I submitted a new series proposal to the gallery and received an enthusiastic response. The curator even suggested holding a special exhibition themed Between Dimensions, a dialogue between painting and jewelry. For this project, I invited Nicole to join the team as a jewelry design consultant. She had just graduated from design school and was both excited and nervous about the opportunity. Am I really up to the task? She asked me in the studio. You understand Mary's design philosophy better than anyone, I assured her. That's exactly what I need. In the days that followed, we worked at a feverish pace. We created during the day and discussed at night, sometimes even working through until dawn. Nicole's ideas flowed endlessly, and I transformed those thoughts into concrete artistic expressions. In the process, I rediscovered the pure joy of creation that I hadn't felt in a long time. One late night, when we finally finished the design for our first piece, Nicole clapped her hands excitedly. This is amazing. Teacher Nicole will definitely love it. At the mention of Mary, she suddenly realized her slip and looked at me nervously. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It's all right, I said with a smile. I think Mary really would like it. She always hoped I could step out of my comfort zone and try new ways of expressing myself. Nicole let out a sigh of relief, then hesitantly asked, Professor George, may I ask you a personal question? What is it? When you faced the woman impersonating Professor Nicole, how did you see through her? I mean, from the news reports, she seemed like an exact copy of Professor Nicole. I pondered for a moment. Superficial resemblance is easy to achieve, but a true personality cannot be duplicated. Mary's perception of art, her attitude toward life, the way she handled details, these were all unique. Just like a work of art, Nicole mused, no matter how perfect a replica is, it can never capture the soul of the original. Exactly. We worked through the night again, and finally established the overall framework for the Rebirth series. 7 pieces, each blending elements of painting and jewelry, together telling a story of loss and recovery, death and rebirth. As our collaboration deepened, my relationship with Nicole gradually shifted from teacher and student to partners, both mentor and friend. Sometimes, when the light traced the gentle contours of her focused profile, I would unconsciously think of Mary. But soon, I realized that this association wasn't due to any physical resemblance, but rather that same dedication and passion for art. "George, you look much more spirited lately," Frank remarked at a gathering. "It's been a while since I've seen you so full of life." "Yeah, the new project has helped me rediscover the joy of creating." "Nicole's a good girl," Frank said meaningfully. "Talented, and she really understands you." I understood his implication, but just smiled without responding. There was indeed a special understanding between Nicole and me, but it was more rooted in our shared passion for art than anything else. At least for now. The creation of the Rebirth series took 3 months, longer than expected, but the results were stunning. Each piece was a perfect fusion of painting and jewelry art, offering both the pleasure of viewing as a flat image and the discovery of 3-dimensional effects brought by the jewelry elements from different angles. A week before the exhibition opened, I received an unexpected visitor, Luna. She had served her sentence and was released early. She looked much more haggard than the last time we met, but her eyes were clearer. "I came to apologize to you in person." She stood at the studio door, her voice low, "for everything I have done." I didn't respond immediately, but simply invited her in to sit down. "I know that an apology can't make up for the loss," she continued, "but I want you to know that I truly regret it." "How is your sister's illness?" I asked. She looked up in surprise. You know. I guessed. "You said you needed money for a reason, and I think that must have been true." "Yes," she nodded. "My sister's surgery was a success, and now she's fully recovered. For the past 3 years, I've been thinking about how to make up for my mistakes. Even though I may never be able to." I was silent for a moment, then said, "You know, in a way, your appearance actually helped me." "What do you mean?" "It forced me to confront the past, to re-examine my memories with Mary, and ultimately to find a way forward." I pointed to the sketches of the Rebirth series on the wall and briefly explained this new project. Luna listened quietly, a look of genuine respect in her eyes. "I'm glad you were able to find a new beginning from that nightmare," she said at last. "I hope I can find my own path to rebirth as well." As she left, she handed me a small package. "These are some simple pieces of jewelry I made in prison. The craftsmanship is rough, but each one represents my remorse and blessings. I hope you can accept them." Opening the package, I found several small trinkets handmade from fine wire and colorful glass beads. Though simple, it was clear the creator had poured their heart into them. Nicole happened to come into the studio at that moment. Seeing the trinkets, she asked curiously, "What are these?" I told her about Luna's visit. "You forgave her?" Nicole was a bit surprised. "Not exactly forgiveness," I said thoughtfully. "It's more like understanding. Everyone has their own hardships and choices. What's important is how we learn and grow from our mistakes." Nicole nodded pensively, picking up a piece of jewelry to examine it closely. "The craftsmanship is rough, but the concept is ingenious. This person seems to have a talent for design." "Perhaps," I said. "Everyone has the possibility of being reborn." On the day of the exhibition opening, numerous figures from the art and jewelry worlds gathered together. The Rebirth series received unprecedented acclaim. Critics called it a model of cross-disciplinary art, and the gallery owner was overjoyed, announcing plans for a nationwide tour. In the crowd, I saw Luna. She was dressed simply, standing quietly in a corner, admiring the exhibits. Our eyes met in the air. She nodded slightly, then walked away. "Who was that?" Nicole asked, standing beside me. "Someone searching for rebirth," I replied. Nicole seemed to understand and asked no more. We stood side by side before the pursuit, watching the blood amber refract a strange light under the lamps, like the silent burning of life's flame. "Thank you," I whispered to Nicole. "Without you, this series might never have come into being." "It was your philosophy that guided us, Teacher Nicole," she replied modestly. "I was just fortunate enough to be the messenger." In that moment, I suddenly understood the true meaning of what Mary had written in her letter. Love has changed its form. Love exists not only in memory and longing, but also in inheritance and innovation, shining brightly in every spark of artistic creation. And I, at last, had learned how to begin anew after loss, to embrace rebirth while still searching. The success of the exhibition exceeded everyone's expectations. In just 1 month, the Rebirth series was reported on by major media outlets and even attracted the attention of the international art world. A renowned auction house extended an olive branch to me, hoping to include several pieces in their annual highlight auction. "This is an unprecedented opportunity," Frank said excitedly. "If the deal goes through, you'll become a top player in the contemporary art market." I wasn't particularly concerned with commercial success, but I did feel the joy of having my work widely recognized. More importantly, this series opened up a new artistic path for me, freeing me from the creative shackles of the past 3 years. Nicole benefited as well. As the project's jewelry design consultant, she received high praise from the industry. Several well-known jewelry brands reached out to her, hoping she would join their design teams. "Which offer are you planning to accept?" One night, as we were tidying up the studio together, I asked her. "To be honest, I'm still hesitating." Nicole paused her work. "These are all great opportunities, but..." "But what?" "But I want to keep working with you." She looked straight into my eyes. "Rebirth is just the beginning, isn't it?" Her candor surprised me a little. Indeed, the success of this series had opened up many new creative possibilities for us, but I wasn't sure if I should continue such a close working relationship. "You should consider your own career development," I said tactfully. "These opportunities are very rare for young designers." Nicole seemed to sense my hesitation and nodded gently. "I understand." In the days that followed, we were both busy and rarely had the chance to talk alone. A week later, Nicole told me she had decided to accept an invitation from a French jewelry brand and would be going to Paris to work for 2 years. "Congratulations," I said sincerely. "It's a very good choice." "Thank you," she replied with a smile, though a fleeting, elusive emotion flashed in her eyes. "I think this is the best arrangement for both of us." Before Nicole left, we held a small farewell party. Frank, the curator, and a few mutual friends came. The atmosphere was warm, tinged with a hint of sadness. After a few rounds of drinks, Frank found an opportunity to pull me aside. "Are you really going to just let her go like this?" "What do you mean?" I pretended not to understand. "Don't play dumb, man," Frank said bluntly. "You have feelings for her. That's obvious." "That's just professional rapport," I argued. "Is that so?" Frank looked at me meaningfully. "Then why have you been so distracted ever since she decided to go to France?" I was at a loss for words. In fact, these past few days I had indeed felt an inexplicable sense of loss, but I kept telling myself it was only because I had lost an excellent partner. "I know what you're worried about." Frank lowered his voice. "You feel like you're letting Mary down, don't you?" I remained silent. He had touched upon the deepest concern in my heart. "Mary has been gone for 3 years now." Frank gently patted my shoulder. "She would want you to be happy." After the party ended, I walked Nicole home. The night was tranquil as water, and the city lights flowed around us. "Thank you for your help and guidance these past few months." Nicole stopped at the entrance of her apartment building. "This experience has meant so much to me." "I should be thanking you," I said sincerely. "Without you, the Rebirth series would never have been completed." We fell into silence, as if both searching for the right words to say goodbye. "My flight is the morning after tomorrow," Nicole finally said. "I still have some things to take care of tomorrow. So, this is probably the last time we'll see each other. 2 years will pass quickly." I tried to make my voice sound light. "Paris is a beautiful city. You'll like it there." She nodded, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. "Professor George, there's something I've always wanted to tell you, but never found the right opportunity." "What is it?" "I chose to study jewelry design because I saw Nicole's works." She took a deep breath, or more precisely, because I saw the pieces Nicole designed for you. The way she perfectly fused love and art moved me deeply. "I didn't know that," I said in surprise. "I've always hoped that one day I could be like Nicole, creating art filled with emotion." Nicole continued, her words coming faster, as if afraid she might lose her courage. "But now I realize that what I want even more is to create for a specific person, just like Nicole created for you." I understood her implication, and my heart suddenly began to race. Nicole, please don't respond. She gently interrupted me. I just wanted you to know before I leave. No matter how you feel right now, remember that starting over is not a betrayal of the past, but a way of cherishing life. With that, she rose up on her tiptoes and softly kissed my cheek, then quickly turned and walked into the apartment building, leaving me standing alone in the night, my mind in turmoil. After returning home, I tossed and turned, unable to sleep, replaying Nicole's words and that gentle kiss over and over in my mind. Suddenly, I remembered a small box in the study, where Mary's last complete letter was kept, a letter I had found while sorting through her belongings. But at the time, overwhelmed by grief, I never had the courage to open. Now, I finally mustered the courage to walk into the study and retrieve that delicate little box from the depths of the drawer. Inside lay a pale pink letter, bearing Mary's familiar handwriting. Dearest George, by the time you read this letter, you may find yourself at a crossroads in life, hesitating between moving forward or staying where you are. My greatest wish is that you can move bravely through life, as freely as your brush glides across the canvas. Love is not a shackle, but a liberation. Memory is not a burden, but a source of strength. If one day you meet someone who can rekindle the light in your eyes, please don't hesitate because of your longing for me. True love is wishing happiness for the other, even if there is no longer a place for oneself in that happiness. Remember, the days we loved each other were complete, with no need for regrets. And now, it's time to paint a new picture, my beloved. Forever loving you. Mary. Tears blurred my vision. It was as if Mary had foreseen my current situation and had already given me her blessing. She was always like this, always able to see further and more clearly than I could. At that moment, I made up my mind. Early the next morning, I drove straight to Nicole's apartment. Professor George? Nicole opened the door in surprise, clearly not expecting me. I have something to say to you. I looked her straight in the eyes, not as your teacher, but as George. I handed her Mary's letter. Nicole read it carefully, her expression shifting from surprise to being moved, and finally, her eyes grew moist. She truly was an extraordinary woman, Nicole said softly, handing the letter back to me. Yes, she was. I nodded. That's exactly why I believe her words. Nicole, cancel your plans for Paris. Stay and continue our collaboration, will you? Nicole looked at me in shock. Are you serious? I've never been more serious, I said quietly. Rebirth is not just the name of an artwork, it's a possibility in life. Are you willing to explore that possibility with me? Her answer was a firm embrace, warm and real, like the first ray of sunlight after a long winter. In that moment, I felt as if Mary was somewhere, smiling down on us, blessing this new beginning. Life is like that blood amber, enduring countless ages of change and sedimentation, ultimately transforming into an eternal radiance. And I, at last, understood what true pursuit is, what true rebirth means. A year later, Nicole and I unveiled our second joint project, Interwoven, at the National Art Museum. This series was even bolder and more innovative than Rebirth, blending Eastern and Western aesthetics with various art forms. Critics hailed it as a significant breakthrough in contemporary art. At the opening ceremony, Nicole held my arm as we faced the media interviews and congratulations from the audience together. She wore a simple white dress, and around her neck was the Eye of Rebirth necklace we designed together. She completed the jewelry part based on my painting. Your collaboration seems even more in sync than your last project, a reporter asked with a suggestive smile. Nicole glanced at me, and we exchanged a smile. Yes, both in art and in life, we found the perfect balance. This indirect answer drew a round of good-natured laughter from the reporters present. My relationship with Nicole was no longer a secret, but we always kept a low profile, letting the public's attention remain focused on our artistic creations. After the exhibition, we drove out to a small hill in the countryside. There stood an ancient oak tree, beneath which Mary's ashes were laid to rest. This was the place we chose, rather than a traditional cemetery, natural, peaceful, just like Mary herself. Mary, the exhibition was a great success today, I said softly to the stone beneath the tree. Nicole's designs were admired by everyone, just as you once predicted. Nicole crouched down and placed a bouquet of white daisies in front of the stone. Teacher Nicole, I've been working hard to become the kind of designer you hoped I would be. I hope you can be proud of me. A gentle breeze stirred, and the oak's leaves rustled softly, as if it were Mary's reply. On the way back, Nicole suddenly said, I've been thinking about something. What is it? If that woman who pretended to be Ms. Nicole hadn't appeared, You might never have found the blood amber, never created the pursuit, and we might never have met. Her words made me fall into deep thought. Indeed, it was the series of events triggered by that deception that ultimately led to everything now. It feels as if, in the unseen, some force has been orchestrating it all. Perhaps that's the irony of fate, I said softly. Sometimes, the worst beginnings can lead us to the best endings. When I returned home, I received an unexpected package. Upon opening it, I found a delicate little box containing a handmade ring. Though simple, the craftsmanship had improved greatly compared to the pieces I had seen before. There was a note attached. Mr. George, thank you for your kindness and understanding a year ago, which gave me the courage to start over. Now I have found a job at a small jewelry shop, and my life is gradually getting back on track. This ring represents my gratitude, and I wish you happiness and well-being on your new path. Luna, I handed the ring to Nicole. After examining it carefully, she remarked, her skills have improved a lot. She truly has talent. Some mistakes in life shouldn't become permanent scars, I sighed. Everyone deserves a second chance. That night, we sat in the studio, discussing ideas for the next series. Nicole suddenly proposed a bold idea. I was thinking, maybe we could try connecting the different stages of our work to create a complete narrative. From eternity to quest, then to rebirth, and intertwined, they're actually different phases in a person's life journey. You mean? A complete story about loss, searching, rebirth, and integration, she explained excitedly, ultimately asking what is the most precious treasure in life. Love. I finished her sentence. No matter what form it takes. Nicole nodded, her eyes sparkling with creative fire. We could call it the forms of love, an unprecedented artistic exploration. Sounds like a long-term, ambitious project. We have time, she smiled, holding my hand. We have so much time. In that moment, I felt a powerful surge of creative inspiration, just like when I first began my artistic career years ago, filled with passion and possibility. But this time, I was not facing the blank canvas alone. 2 years later, the Forms of Love series was exhibited simultaneously in the world's 5 greatest art museums, causing an unprecedented sensation. Critics called it a milestone in contemporary art history, blending painting, sculpture, jewelry design, and other art forms to create an entirely new artistic language. The final piece of the exhibition was titled Eternal Ring, a massive circular canvas depicting every form of love in life, familial, platonic, romantic, and the love for art itself. The edge of the canvas was inlaid with gemstones of various sizes, and under certain lighting, these gems would cast light onto specific parts of the canvas, revealing another hidden layer of patterns. The centerpiece of this work is a massive blood amber. Through intricate optical design, the light it projects perfectly outlines 2 embracing figures. One is Mary, the other is Nicole, symbolizing the intersection of past and present, the fusion of memory and rebirth. On the closing day of the exhibition, in front of the Eternal Ring, I knelt on one knee and proposed to Nicole. The ring was crafted from the very blood amber Mary had once prepared for me, designed by my own hand and fashioned by the finest jeweler. This ring carries the memories of the past and the hopes for the future, I whispered softly. Nicole, will you be the eternal ring in my life? Her tears sparkled under the spotlight. I will. Amidst the cheers, I remembered what Mary once said. Love does not disappear. It merely changes its form. Yes, love does not disappear. It exists in memories, in art, in every rebirth and new beginning. It traverses time and crosses space, like that blood amber which, after millions of years, still shines, forever retaining the original warmth and brilliance of life. This is the answer I have been searching for all along. Between loss and gain, between seeking and rebirth, love remains constant, only appearing in different forms along the journey of life. And all we need to do is bravely accept this gift, no matter how it comes to us. On the day of the wedding, the sky was a clear, washed blue. Beneath the ancient oak tree that had watched over Mary, we exchanged our vows. A gentle breeze stirred, making the leaves whisper as if blessings were drifting in from another world. No matter when or where, Nicole said softly, We'll always remember that it was she who brought us together. Yes, I squeezed her hand, and we will always cherish this gift. In the brilliant sunlight, the blood amber ring gleamed, radiant as life itself, enduring the passage of time, yet still shining bright.